if we should answer this how-to question for challenges of any kind, we would go with hold on to your optimism, because optimism keeps us smiling behind the mask and full of energy. And we are sure that within the next days together, we will find more concrete answers to some urgent questions. And speaking of urgent questions, if you have any questions during these 2 days, please do not hesitate to ask Enrique, Susanne, Annika, Wael, and all of us who wear a silver name tag like this, if you can see it. Just feel at home and enjoy the 2 days to the fullest. Now we start with the official part with 3 short speeches. And I would like to ask our managing director, Arne Dunker, to come on stage. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Dear Minister Schilling, dear Jörg, dear colleagues, dear guests. I was just a bit smiling seeing Philip in front of the sign here, because, and you know, in COVID times, it really is an adventure. And for many people, it is a breathtaking one. So, but I think the organizing committee, Philip and the colleagues, have done a marvelous job in getting us all here together in Bremerhaven at the Klimahaus and at the Atlantic Hotel and Conference Center. So a very, very warm welcome. We are really happy to have this symposium in spite of all the Corona advantages and challenges that we have. But, well, we finally made it. Well, 11 years ago, on June 25, 2009, we opened Klimahaus Bremerhaven 8 Grad Ost after 9 years of designing, planning, and construction. The special guest to perform the inauguration on that particular day was Sir Bob Geldof. He had spent the afternoon in our estimated Maritime Museum before he came to see the Klimahaus exhibition. And it took him like 5 minutes to grab the idea of the concept of Klimahaus and to actually inhale what it is all about. In his speech, he said 2 sentences that will never leave my head again. The first one was, "This exhibition is a love letter to our planet." We could have closed down the facility right after that because there was little more to achieve. In fact, we had more than 5.5 million visitors since then, and we did a good job on climate education, and the Klimahaus became Bremerhaven's new landmark. And the second sentence he said was, "Do not let this become a museum." Well, most museums generally have a retrospective approach by presenting things mankind has created in the past. What Bob Geldof intended to say after he traveled around the world in our immersive exhibition was, do avoid that one day this beautiful planet can only be admired in a museum. Stop polluting the environment, stop heating up our climate, and take action. Today, 11 years after, many museums shift their perspective from the past to the present and from the present to the future, and are important players when it comes to education for sustainable development and when it comes to empowerment. Curating Tomorrow, Henry McGee, a very warm welcome, gave it a name, Curating Tomorrow. I wanted to have this symposium at least 2 years earlier. You know, when you are considered to be the first of a kind, you should try to be on the peak of a movement rather than a follower. However, Henry McGee and others have been the pioneers and scouts in this matter. In fact, it is enjoyable to see more and more museums and other players, as well as other institutions and stakeholders, are evolving, which are dedicated to climate change and climate protection. The task is gigantic. And it is good to know that there are fellows all over the world that are doing a job in communicating climate like we do. So I'm very happy to have you all here at Klimahaus Bremerhaven, finally, and under very special conditions. But I think we can learn a lot from the COVID pandemic crisis when it comes to solving the climate challenge, the climate crisis. And actually, I'm dreaming of having our community launching a kind of memorandum after the symposium to policymakers all over the world, appelling to take action and to underline what museums can contribute to solve the climate crisis. I would like to thank the Freundeskreis zur Förderung der Wissenschaft here in Bremerhaven for supporting this event and for making it possible, as well as the Wirtschaftsförderung Bremen, who did the same. I'm saying a big thank to Philipp Wätjen and the organizing team. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. And all the others at Klimahaus and here in the conference center that did a brilliant job in the organization of this event. And I now have the pleasure to announce Dr. Claudia Schilling, the Minister of Science and Ports and the Minister of Justice of the Federal State of Bremen, first to speak to you, and right after the former Lord Mayor of Bremerhaven, and actually the political father of the Klimahaus, and now member of the board of the Freundeskreis zur Förderung der Wissenschaft, Jörg Schulz. Thank you very much. And let's have 2 empowering days here in Bremerhaven. Thank you very much. Mrs. Schilling, the stage is yours.
Dear Mr. Dunker, dear Mr. Schulz, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here in Bremerhaven for the International Symposium HowTo, From Climate Knowledge to Climate Action, about exhibitions and education for sustainable development. The title describes, in a nutshell, one of the biggest challenges is situated between science and society, knowledge transfer. If you look out of the window, you will instantly realize that sea level rise must be an issue of great concern to this town. But especially here near the shore of the North Sea, other topics compete for public attention with the climate change matter, like for instance, economic or social development. The question is therefore how science can be supported in getting its messages across to the public so that the concrete actions follow. The upcoming symposium will try to give an answer to that question. Here, you will discuss the role of museums, science centers, and other non-school learning opportunities in that context. One of the greatest physics of the last century, Max Planck, said, "A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents, making them see the light, but rather because of its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it." According to that quote, scientific and social progress are quite slow. We want to accelerate that progress. We will not be satisfied with waiting for the new generation, but support the 8 billion people on our planet to face the facts. Favorably, every single person should see herself or himself responsible for reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030 in the decade of action. That comprises especially stakeholders of governmental institutions, of economy, of civil society, or even private individuals who are required to contribute their share. In almost every country in the world, the so-called worlds of knowledge, like museums, science centers, exhibitions, and other non-school learning opportunities, benefit from a high level of trust within the society. The trust should be handled very carefully. The mentioned institutions are obliged to fill their role unaffected by political parties or lobby groups. And as a consequence, there is a great responsibility to highlight global challenges, such as man-made climate change. Furthermore, not only essential knowledge transfer, but also the presentation and collective development of solutions within the local community is an important task for exhibition centers. A growing number of them deal with the topics and effects of the human age and to communicate them to various target groups in order to bring them into action for climate protection. One of the most promising ways could be education for sustainable development, which is recognized as a main key to integrated societal transformation. The upcoming symposium should be served as an encouraging inspiration and an opportunity to rethink established truths on how people can progress from knowledge to action. The federal state of Bremen, comprising the cities of Bremen and Bremerhaven, is following this strategy for decades with international renowned scientific institutions in the field of climate change. Bremen is a focal point of marine climate science, and especially here in Bremerhaven, you will find the most important center of polar and marine science in Germany, the Alfred Wegener Institute. In a few days, we will welcome its research vessel and icebreaker Polarstern here in Bremerhaven, coming back from a one-year expedition to the Arctic. Some of you might have followed its adventurous journeys in the press. A huge amount of new data was collected in its Mosaic mission, and the ship even reached the North Pole due to melting ice conditions. In Bremerhaven, the Fraunhofer Institute for Wind Energy Systems, EWIS, is effectively applying climate science by researching all aspects of this sustainable energy source. Especially the transformation and storage of wind energy is hydrogen in a promising field of action. The mentioned institutes are located side by side with the Klimahaus Bremerhaven, where knowledge transfer on climate aspects happens every day. You see, in Bremerhaven, the distance between science and society is only a few 100 meters. It is important to develop new ideas and concepts based on your experience and competences, the participants of this symposium. This will contribute to creating effective climate protection and thus a livable future for all of us. You see how important this topic is for our future. Let's get started. If you wish a new lot of insights, success, also fun during your visit here in Bremerhaven. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jörg Schulz. As you already heard from Arne Dunker, I was in the time from 1999 to 2010, the Lord Mayor of Bremerhaven. And we together had the idea with some others to create Klimahaus 8 Grad Ost in Bremerhaven, and it's a very successful story. Today I'm speaking to you as the Vice Chairman of the Friends of the Association for the Promotion of Science in Bremerhaven. The Circle of Friends has been founded by a large number of institutions and above all companies that have shaped the location with the aim of supporting the scientific landscape in Bremerhaven and make it visible beyond the region. For this reason, we support the organization of scientific congresses in Bremerhaven as we actually supporting the congress here in the Klimahaus nearby. Bremerhaven has gone through an intensive structural change and together with the federal state of Bremen has actively and consciously decided to expand the scientific landscape in particular. Senator Dr. Schilling impressively presented the scientific institutions that are now located in Bremerhaven. Especially in recent years, a lot has changed for the better. The decisive question for our society is the one you will be dealing with today and tomorrow. How can scientific findings be transferred quickly and sustainably into social reality? Sociologists and political scientists assume that it will take 20 years before scientific findings can be transferred into social and political action. In democratic countries, this process is somehow a little bit faster. In dictatorships, it is usually less fast. The basis for a rapid transfer of findings is open communication and open society and acceptance of scientific institutions. I like to say it would be a great step in the future if the actual president of the United States would accept that the acceptance of scientific institution is very good for us all. These achievements of the Enlightenment, which has now been in effect for 300 years, cannot be valued highly enough. When you hear chemtrail theorists, corona deniers, climate change deniers, the impression can arise that we are slowly saying goodbye to the spirit of the Enlightenment. This development is very dangerous and therefore it is of great social value that you deal exactly with the questions how to get from knowledge to action to implementation. In this process, such institutions as the Klimahaus, but also das Deutsche Auswanderer German Immigration Center in Bremerhaven have a central function. And we are very grateful that this role is also very actively accepted. So I thank you for your attention and wish you a very successful event.
Thank you very much, Jörg Schulz, on behalf of Friends for the Promotion of Science, Bremerhaven. Before we get to know each other with Thomas Brun from the IASS, we would like to give an impulse for the day. And thanks to people like Henrike, Jens Tanneberg, and Nadja Tietjen, education for sustainable development has a high priority in the work of the Klimahaus. So based on goal 4, quality education, ESD is a crucial element in achieving Agenda 2030. We are happy to have 2 experts on stage who will give their views on current and future situations and we are curious what their answer is to the question, how to? Please welcome Tabea Dietrich from the German Commission UNESCO, program specialist working in the Task Force for Education for Sustainable Development and supporting the conference on ESD for 2030 in 2021 and coordinating the associated national event for the German ESD community. And afterwards, Stefan Rostock, team member Education for Sustainable Development for the NGO German Watch and promoter for climate and development in North Rhine-Westphalia. If there are any questions here within the room, please come to the front and speak into the microphone. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Dear Mr. Dunker, dear Minister Schilling, dear Mr. Scholz, thank you very much for your welcoming words. I would like to take the next 10 minutes to briefly give you an introduction to the new ESD framework that has been developed by the UNESCO. So as you may know, in 2019, the Global Action Program on ESD ended. And now, this year, the new framework, ESD for 2030, is being launched. But before I tell you more about the program, let me briefly, it is worth talking about the current context. It has been mentioned before, the current context of ESD and COVID-19. So ESD is more relevant than ever. And of course, the COVID pandemic had a tragic impact across the world. But this disruption also presents a historic chance for change. So as the UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Education, Stefania Giannini, has said in a recent post, it is now time that education is changed to meet both the climate and other future emergencies through ESD and the Agenda 2030 more broadly. ESD reassesses what we learn, where we learn, and how we learn. And it helps us develop the knowledge, the skills and values and attitudes that enable each and every one of us to take informed decisions and actions. So now, looking at this current context, it seems like the UNESCO who has been developing this new framework over the past few years has actually had some visionary ideas how to move forward. So the three main focus areas for the new framework are transformative action, structural changes, and the technological future. But before I go into the details of the three thematic areas, let me give you a brief global overview of the new program. So the full name is Education for Sustainable Development towards Achieving the SDGs, short ESD for 2030. And in alignment with Agenda 2030, it runs for the next 10 years, so until 2030. It includes a lot of the same elements as the Global Action Program. It has the 5 priority action areas. The key partner networks are still working as they used to, and the UNESCO Japan Prize for ESD is also continuing. However, there is a stronger focus in this new program on the policy issues and addressing and including governments for action. And at the same time, there's also a more explicit focus now in the new program on the broader global sustainability agenda and the SDGs. So ESD is clearly stated to be a key enabler of all 17 SDGs. And as such, all ESD activities contribute directly to the Agenda 2030. ESD also actively addresses the SDGs through its communication activities. And it's also responsible to raise critical questions on the interlinkages and potential conflicts between different SDGs. So now for the 3 focus areas, as I mentioned before, the first one is transformative action. And in this specific area, we really focus on how to enable individuals and societal transformation. And there's a strong focus on disruption and disruptive ideas that can lead to people changing the way they think, they act, and live their life. So clearly, we could say that there's already a strong linkage to Corona and the experiences that we have had over the past few months. And at the same time, there's a strong focus on not only the formal institutions that provide education, but non-formal and informal learning institutions. So lifelong learning in cities and communities through institutions, cultural institutions like the Klimahaus, for example, play a critical role in enabling this transformation to happen and to enable each and every one of us to take action. The second focus area is still structural changes, because as important as all these individual actions are, it is also important to address the structural underlying issues. So the program talks about acknowledging that sustainable development might be a balancing act, and there's a need to address economic growth versus sustainable development, but really make sure that all learners through ESD get the knowledge and values and attitudes they need to, for example, create alternatives for the current consumer societies. It also clearly states that despite of different contexts being present around the world and life-challenging contexts, such as extreme poverty, ESD remains very relevant for all of us. And it can actually address structural changes that lead to these extreme situations. And the third one, again, it couldn't be more on topic, is the technological future. So ESD can accelerate the transition to green technologies by, for example, providing green skills to new learners. But at the same time, it is important that we stay vigilant for new problems, because ESD is critically responsible for instilling in learners all across the board the critical thinking to challenge the illusion that technologies can solve all our sustainability issues. And for that, it is also important that we include new stakeholders, and for example, in the private sector or in the industry. And it is also critical that we address the unequal benefits of these technological advances. So a few words on ESD implementation in Germany. As you may know, we have a national platform on ESD that is led by the Ministry of Education and Research. And this platform has been initiated in 2015, and it will continue through the new program. And the National Action Plan on ESD will also continue to be implemented by all its stakeholders. So we will also continue the ESD awards that we have in Germany, where we actually highlight local initiatives, again, such as the Klimahaus, that are doing the work on the ground that help move ESD forward. And lastly, as you may have heard, the Global Launch Conference was supposed to take place this year, but due to the pandemic, it had to be postponed. But nevertheless, we will continue the conversations. And we have actually put together an online workshop series that started last month and will continue until April 2021, together with the UNESCO in Paris and the Ministry for Education and Research. We have a wide range of topics, and we discuss questions around ESD in digital settings, remote settings, youth mobilization, ESD in global health, climate emergency, and so on and so forth. And I would like to invite you all to check out the website. The next session will be on the 14th of October, and we're always happy to have as many and as diverse people as possible to join our conversation in the lead up to the conference, which is also my final words. There's good news. The conference will take place next May 2021. So from May 17th to 19th, we will have the Global Launch Conference of the ESD for 2030 framework. And we're very happy to hopefully have a successful launch of this new program. And at the same time, there will also be a national event for the German ESD community. And given the current circumstances, there will most likely be the possibility to also participate online through live streams, etc. Because as you all know, we might not be able to have a world conference in Berlin with people coming, joining, and traveling from all over the world next year. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a great 2 days. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for the welcoming remarks. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Stefan Rostock from German Watch, and I'm happy to give looking in depth into the ESD 2030 process and results. It is brought up by UNESCO, but with national participation. So I'm really happy to present also some of the thoughts we could bring into ESD 2030 by civil society participation from the Global South and from the Global North. It is a living product from national participation and civil society participation. So I'm happy that we work on it together. First of all, what is German Watch? It's a North-South NGO based in Bonn and Berlin. We are roughly 70 people, founded in 1991. And German Watch, the name is coming from, we are taking care, or we are changing the politics of the North to improve the living conditions in the South. And we do this with more than 1,000 partners in the Global South. So as a North-South organizations, we are mainly focusing on politics here in Germany and wherever Germany is making politics. Mainly we are known for the work on climate change, climate science, but also energy transition, world trade, corporate accountability, just named the Lieferkettengesetz, and other areas. We cannot talk about ESD 2030 without having a look into the situation as it is in the moment. Climate change is real, and now this is a weather forecast for this week in the United States. You have seen here the changing patterns of the you might all know the word, the jet stream, sorry. And this is a result of this changing jet stream that we have freezing retired people in Florida now, and the California heat is moving to the north. And those changing weather patterns are a result of climate change, and we are really living into this mess in the moment. But wherever the critical situations get more intense, solutions are coming up. Tomorrow are the big demonstrations from Fridays for Future. Wherever you know, wherever you can spread the message, support these demonstrations. Other good messages is we see an economic-driven change into renewable energy. This is a chart from last week. Coal and renewable energy in the United States, even under President Trump, is really changing. Yes, you're right, gas is not on the screen, it's just coal and renewables. With gas it would look a bit different, but anyway, this looks quite nice. There are changes happening. The big missing link for energy transition are storage capacities, and this is the price development of batteries. So also there is a market-driven change happening. So we are part of the transition process, but it's not coming on its own. It's really something we have to fight for. I will, would have been nicer if this would have been the PowerPoint with all the SDGs. First, what you can see here is the red circles. Those are the SDGs we are off track even before the COVID crisis. So we are not slowly reaching the SDGs, we are off track. So we are not on the path reaching or implementing the SDGs. And with the COVID crisis, the situation has become even more intense. You can see the green circles, where we see now devastating trends in poverty, in hunger, in education, that the COVID crisis had made the implementation of the SDGs even more difficult. So we are on the social and on the environmental side, we are off track to reach the SDGs. This might be one of the most important slides for today, but now I'm coming to UNESCO ESD 2030 as part of the solution. Even in the Global Action Program before, there was one of the key messages, which is also now more or less a title or a guiding line into the ESD 2030, to emphasize the potential of ESD to empower learners to transform themselves and the society they live in. See all learners as experts to transform themselves and the society they live in. See themselves as experts in their field and empower them to create their surrounding. This is the guiding idea which will lead us through the work on ESD 2030. I've now some of the quotes out of the fruitful text of ESD 2030, which really can help educators to transform their education work. Because as we have seen from the SDG slide, business as usual is not an option. Business as usual is not an option for education workers. The middle class, our main target group, is the group globally with growing emissions. So even there, business as usual is not an option. We see the success stories of our education work in the last 20, 30 years in growing emissions. Question mark? Yes, there are growing emissions, and educators have to ask themselves, how can we change our work to bring a more fruitful contribution to a changing society on different levels? And ESD 2030 is talking about we need a certain level of disruption. With ESD 2030, we get a stronger back, a stronger wind from the back to push us to go for disruption, because business as usual is not an option. And there you have the document helping you to start change. Second quote, which is my favorite out of the text. ESD in action is basically citizenship in action. That's all. ESD in action is basically citizenship in action. Okay. Then Tabea Dietrich already mentioned the three fields: structural change, technological future, which are important. And in the field of structural change, the text said, there is a need for ESD to focus more on deep structural causes. So we need to have a look into society. We have to look into the structures we are training people. Because what we are often doing, we ask our learners to behave sustainable in a completely unsustainable world. This is frustrating for the learners. This makes us not happy, and we as educators, they don't believe us when we say you have to sort your waste in a code-driven society. So we have to look on the deep structural causes in our education work, because we can look on the structural causes, on the structural situations on different levels. With the scout groups, with the football class, with the school, and so on. Take the people serious, take the learners serious, look in their environment, take care on the structural causes for unsustainable situations. And go for the solutions with them. This is a picture for what I've mentioned. We are pushing learners to behave sustainable in an unsustainable world. That's not funny. They don't take us serious as educators. And then there's one quote which is quite nice. All ESD activities contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. There's not written all ESD activities talk about SDGs. No, ESD activities contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. So after all ESD activities, the situation must be different than before. So you have another level of aspiration to your own work. And then 4.10, ESD also has to affect the unsustainable production patterns of current economic structures more directly. And then this means that people have to be empowered to engage directly in the political process, wherever political processes take place. There's a member reunion, there's a school reunion, and so on and so on. Politics take place on different levels. People have to be empowered to engage directly in the political process. Yes, ESD 2030 can be linked to the education work which has taken place in the past. This is quite well known and quite important education work before ESD 2030. And we all should think, is our education work up to date? And how do we implement ESD 2030? How do we go this step further? And I'm really happy to discuss this with museums. How do we go this step further? Because this is a really interesting question. This take action can mean in the future change structures to make it easier for others to behave more sustainable. You all know the whole institution approach. This is another thing which is not really implemented, which is not fully understood. What does it mean, whole institution approach? That you as an institution take care on your energy supply, take care on your building, take care on mobility, take care on the content, but see yourself as a political actor in your environment. So the whole institution approach, there's much more in it than we have seen it in the past. And it is really interesting and it's fun to really use the potential of the whole institution approach. And then my final slide, some final thoughts. Empowerment. Empower learners to transform themselves and the society they live in. Transform unsustainable structures. Name unsustainable structures. Learn about how could a good future could look like, what are sustainable lifestyles, what kind of structures do we need for it. Then change. ESD is a tool for lifelong learning for all learners. This means, where are the decision makers for your problem? Decision makers are always a core target group of your education work. Empower your learners to address decision makers. Because our transformation, as we've seen it, is taking place in the democratic process. So who is responsible for the next step we want to go? Target these decision makers. And as you might have known from the German politics quite well, decision makers have opportunities to learn. And we can help them to go to the next step. And we can empower young people to address decision makers. We need to empower, very often young people are more empowered than we think, but we can help them to learn more about the structures and to use decision makers to use the structures for their goals. And then action. Use the political sphere as a learning field. Use the political field as a learning field. Go into a town hall meeting, go into the courthouse when interesting environmental climate issues are negotiated. Go out of school, go out of the museum where the actual changing of structures is taking place. Education becomes far more part of daily life, being part of the change process. Those are just a few thoughts on how education is requested to implement ESD 2030. The context of ESD 2030 is so rich that it is a huge task for all of us to bring this into the future, because ESD 2030 can really help us to change society on the different levels our learners and we self are living and working on. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to a discussion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Brun. I am in a sort of strange situation because, Stefan Rostock, where are you now? You just said you're looking forward to the discussion. And my job is this time not to give a presentation or anything, but I have the privilege to facilitate us through some getting to know each other. And at the same time, I've been listening to 5 inspiring impulses now, and so many thoughts are in my head, and you're invited. Questions so immediately come to the speakers who have been speaking and I should give some space for before I move us into getting to know each other. I just wanted to raise that in case some silent voices maybe have some questions that couldn't be asked. It's always such a challenge, right? We've heard so much, and I'm sure we all have thought that we would like to discuss, but because before we lose that momentum of those things that happen in more important way to understand
then we have to work on ourselves and threats on the installations in the ground and the creator of the exhibition. And we came from Austria in real time, and in the train at around 10 hours. We paid approximately 200 euros. If we were on board, we would have paid 15 euros. So it's hard to say you have to do something if there are not. Also in our exhibition, we say you have to do and what can you do, but it's not the only way, I think, to change climate. That's what we want to say.
Of course. Thank you, because this is the average answer we always have. And I was talking about the thing you said, but I was more talking about you have to change structures. We have to lobby for cheaper trains. We have to lobby for better train connections. We have to lobby and fossil fuel subsidies for flying around. So we have to change the structure that sustainable behavior is easier. And yes, as climate activists, we always know when we talk about climate protection, people feel pissed off because their lifestyle is under criticism. And we want to get those people on board. So we want to bring these people into the movement. And this is much easier when we invite people to change structures. So that afterwards, the meat is better, the meat is a fair price, and so on and so on. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm glad I gave this little space because I was sitting with a similar tension, this tension between personal action and the structures we are embedded in and the kind of the cognitive dissonance all of us may embody in the way how we try to facilitate action at the same time, are part of structures that are unsustainable in themselves. Thank you. So I would like to connect this actually back to how you started us into the day, Mr. Dunker. 2 things touched me very much. The first one was, and I hope it stays in my mind for my future, the love letter to the planet. What could there be more beautiful to be said into your kind of what do you say, a guest book, so to speak, what you can share with others. I hope this is something that people will say about the actions of many people here in the room about what we are doing ourselves. I hope to keep that as a motto for myself. May our actions be a love letter to the planet. And the other thing you mentioned was, in the way, when you talk about climate knowledge and climate action, it's about empowerment. And that was also something you picked up, Stefan Rostock. And that is what brought me to this whole topic of climate change and climate activism. I'm a physicist by background, but I joined an institute 8 years ago that is meant not to be a research institute, but a platform to connect people, to connect knowledge holders of different kinds to facilitate action. And when I joined this institute, I had a kind of frustrating experience that there is so much knowledge usually in the room, but the challenge is really to not only translate the knowledge into action, but to filter which knowledge is relevant for my specific context as a change agent that each of us here in the room are. Because yeah, I see your faces. You know this challenge, right? The knowledge is there, but to really be clear, where is my power? When we talk about empowerment, it's always about the clarity. Where is our specific power to be a change agent? So my passion is usually to not only share knowledge, but help people to connect with each other. And that's what the next 30 to 45 minutes should be about, because I feel we are very privileged to be here together physically. I know that many people would have liked to join us also and couldn't come physically. We are here together, and often, you know, these moments we have these inspiring, deep conversations in the spaces in between, be it the coffee breaks or after the day or in the morning. I already had a very inspiring conversation this morning before we actually started with anything. And I don't know how familiar each of you are with each other. And so I would like to give us the space just in the next 30 to 40 minutes to transition us into a, you could say, structured coffee break, yeah, to have a few conversations, ideally with people you have never met before, yeah, because what usually happens is we come to a conference and we're happy, oh, I know you, so I connect to you in the coffee break, and then it's sometimes challenging.
Now there should be a signal. Yes, sorry. Bit loud, bit loud, bit loud. So now it should be a quite okay sound. Maureen, could you just say something so that I can have a short audio check?
Yeah, good morning.
Maureen, could you please just count or do something like that? Just count up.
1, 2, 3.
Because right now we don't hear
1,
you in
2,
our
3.
setup, but I will
Okay.
soon have it cleared. Ta-dam, 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 ta-dam. Yes. Maybe now could you just say something again, Maureen?
1, 2, 3, calling. 1, 2, 3, calling. No. One, two, three. Hello. Sound is good for Georgina anyway.
I can hear you as well.
So, you must just let me know when you want me to start.
This is Matthew from Hong Kong. I hear you very, very well. Thank you.
Brilliant.
So people start gathering here in our conference room, but still it's quite empty on the seats, as you can see here. And well, Maureen, if you could count again, please. I'm afraid I still don't have you here on the loudspeaker, but I have some more minutes to find the correct switch for that.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Kann gerade nicht, Moment. still there enjoying the coffee break here. So please be patient. As you can see, the room is starting to fill, so it cannot be too long until we start.
excuse me, I have forgotten something before the coffee break. I always forget something. As a last question for the groups of three, I asked you to think of a specific challenge you are facing. And you have found on your seats some little cards. I would like to ask you to write it down, what this challenge is, just for yourself, because we will return to this one at the end of our time together tomorrow. Yeah? Just write it down for yourself as specifically as you can identify it in this moment. What is the specific challenge? And hopefully these 2 days become a resource for you to respond to that challenge. Okay, that's all I wanted to mention. Thanks. Yeah, gerne.
Great, thank you. Thank you for coming back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. I'm very happy to welcome you back again and our speakers for our first session, Climate Museums and Their Approaches Around the World, How to Create a Collective Impact. And I'm very happy to introduce our moderator, Christopher Garte, who is an expert for sustainability or education for sustainability in exhibitions. And he's a consultant with his studio KLV, an agency for, yes, exactly, exhibitions and climate change, sustainability, and placed in Berlin and Freiburg in Germany. And the stage is yours. And I'm very happy to see Maureen and Matthew and Dr. Ben Welz and all of you within the next minutes. I'm very excited. Have fun.
Yes, thank you for your warm welcome. I'm very excited to facilitate the session on climate museums and approaches around the world. And I'm also looking forward to a fruitful exchange of ideas afterwards. So, what is the objective of the session? We will learn of the importance of networks, and we will see different approaches from museums around the world, and we will also try to identify similarities and differences regarding these projects and these examples. But actually, we will try to take this learning opportunity one step further. So the session objective is to go beyond best practice examples, right? So we will try to reflect and discuss and learn from these presented examples and deduce how we can evolve as a sector as a whole. So the idea is unity is strength, right? So together we are strong. So we will focus on the impact we will be able to achieve collectively as a field. So how can this be achieved? So the following discussion and the session could revolve around the following ideas or aspects. For example, so how do we get from networks to political stakeholders, from examples to knowledge sharing, and from individual initiatives to a collective action, and also from actions to real impacts. And of course, we are encouraging you to give your input afterwards in the discussion. So I'm very happy that we have a very international panel of speakers. Most of them will present by video, digitally, and we will start with the global network, ICOM, the International Council of Museums. And I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, Maureen Rees. He's a museum advisor at Varanger Museum in Norway, educated as an architect, and he has worked widely in the museum sector since over 25 years, and he is chair of the ICOM working group on sustainability. Please welcome Maureen.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to share some observations on how the global museum institution can create a collective impact in the task of moving towards a sustainable future.
Maureen, 1 second, we still have the audio problem. Maureen, 1 second. We'll have you in a second with the audio. Sorry.
So this is the technological future, right, of the ESD 2030, where it's also a learning objective.
No, try again, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
What the hell? Sorry, I'm really don't know. 1 second. Okay, next try.
Okay. There's very much feedback coming. Okay. Anyway, I'm a Welshman, so this is the third time. Is that okay?
Yes, now it's working. You can continue.
Okay, good morning again. So thank you for this opportunity to share some observations on how the Global Museum Institution can create a collective impact in the task of moving towards a sustainable future, converting knowledge into action. The escalating climate and biodiversity crises caused by the post-war growth paradigm are the defining issues of our time. Our knowledge of these crises, their causes and effects, has increased vastly in the last 15 years. No one can say there is not enough data. There are no excuses for inaction. Where in this landscape then are museums who pride themselves on and are viewed by the public as being knowledge institutions? With some notable exceptions, among which are the contributors to this symposium, perhaps the kindest that can be said of the global museum sector is that while we are genuinely concerned with the challenges facing the planet, we are playing catch up with a younger generation of global citizens. They will be out on the streets tomorrow demanding a future. Despite good intentions, the global museum sector is still contributing to the business as usual curve, a minimum of 3.6 degrees rise, and the disasters it would bring, which is why seeking to convert knowledge into action is critical to achieving the United Nations goal of transforming our world. Moreover, why museums might have a significant role to play in achieving this goal. A starting point to understand the role of museums is to recognize that to successfully convert knowledge into action is predicated on recognizing the difference between communicating and informing. The former the result of the commitment to dialogue, the latter a one-way stream of facts. Museums, at their best, are dialogue institutions. What then can ICOM, with its global network of 40,000 members and institutions in 141 countries, contribute to create this collective impact? The creation of an ICOM working group on sustainability led to a focus on Agenda 2030 at ICOM's triennial in Kyoto in 2019, where the General Assembly endorsed the resolution on sustainability and implementing UN's Agenda 2030. In December 2019, the working group submitted its report and recommendations to the Executive Board. In accepting the recommendations, they have committed the entire organization to embrace the goals of Agenda 2030. This is an ethical imperative binding ICOM's members, both institutional and individual, to anchor their practices and operations in Agenda 2030 and to work actively for a sustainable future. It ensures that the implementation of the resolution on sustainability is written into members' museums' long-term strategic plans and commits to involve the entire organization in the preparation and execution of environmental, climate, and societal programs that resonate with the United Nations call, leave no one behind. Among the recommendations endorsed by the Executive Board, our Agenda 2030 is to inform the debate on a new museum definition. ICOM is to focus on the global south, the most affected people and areas. And ICOM is to become carbon neutral by 2050 at the latest. The working group is now developing an action plan for the next 2 years and a long-term roadmap for 2030. So ICOM today is at the beginning of a journey, but how can resolutions, recommendations, ethical imperatives be transformed into action and make a collective impact? Here I will limit myself to outlining two possible proposals. The first is not new. It takes as its starting point ICOM as an already existing global network consisting of thousands of knowledge institutions in all the regions of the world that are in direct contact with their local communities. Already centers of knowledge and dialogue institutions, they must now become sites for action on sustainability. One idea worth revisiting is to design a simple global museum exhibition project to disseminate the findings of the IPCC. The sixth assessment is due next year, facilitated through the ICOM network, but not exclusive to it. The dissemination project draws attention to the urgency of the task confronting the global society, as the findings of the sixth assessment will likely indicate, but also an invitation to exhibit local initiatives alongside these global challenges. To succeed in utilizing this global network leads me to my second proposal. Any global program, indeed any aspiration that the museum sector has about playing a significant role initiating global action through dissemination of knowledge, has to embrace the whole constellation of climate and sustainability initiatives to be found throughout the museum sector, also outside ICOM. To validate this claim, I will close by drawing on the theories of Nobel laureate in economics, Elinor Ostrom. After the fiasco of the Copenhagen summit in 2008, she wrote about the failure of governance to address the challenge of climate change and how one shouldn't be too disconcerted by this failure. She based her optimism on decades of empirical research on the commons and her theory of polycentricity. It demonstrated that a variety of overlapping climate initiatives developed simultaneously on many different levels, independent of global or national governance, is more likely to succeed than a single overarching approach. An undergrowth of activism is able to sustain momentum in the face of global political inertia. An undergrowth of activism viewed in the interviewing years, this evidence seems to support her proposition. There is a sort of parallel here to today's museum sector. As we seek to transform knowledge into action and to make a collective impact, there is an imperative to bring about a convergence of the roles and relationships of ICOM and the various and differing levels and segments of the museum family, those represented at this symposium, and other museum organizations, local, national, regional, concerned with the challenges facing the planet. A maritime metaphor is appropriate here. ICOM is like a supertanker and takes a long time, like a supertanker, to change direction. The climate museums and the various actors just mentioned can be thought of as different sized vessels, each with different capacities, speeds, maneuverability, and reaction times. As I say, the ICOM supertanker will take time to implement the recommendations of the working group, metaphorically slowing down, stopping, changing direction, getting up to speed, again, as it tackles these grave challenges we are facing. Yet within the museum family, we already have a variety of different size sustainability vessels. NEMO, the climate museums, We Are Museums, Key Culture, the Museum and Climate Change Network, Curating Tomorrow, each unique with a different speed of action, maneuverability, response time, and sphere of competence that can, indeed already are, initiating actions on sustainability on climate breakdown. As Elinor Ostrom's theory of polycentricity suggests, we are witness here to an already present developing undergrowth of activism flourishing in the museum sector. The actors might lack visibility from a global perspective or the nearest to the centers of governance that ICOM can claim, but they can claim something of equal importance: action now, impact now. ICOM gradually turns into a global organization with its inherent strengths towards embracing Agenda 2030, has a special responsibility to contribute in whatever ways are necessary and appropriate to ensure that the actors in this undergrowth of independent museum initiatives develops and prospers, while each maintains its uniqueness. The goal being that the museum family, through converting knowledge into action, will manifest a significant collective impact in the service of achieving a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. It was very interesting. For me, I think what stood out was ICOM as the global network. How can ICOM empower the global south to participate and contribute to this process? And we're coming now from the global scene to the European network, NEMO, the Network of European Museum Organizations. I'd like to introduce Elisabeth Rothenberg. She has been involved in a variety of cultural and political organizations and currently contributes to the Museums for Future initiative, as well as advocating for museums at the Network of European Museums. Elisabeth, the stream is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to see about sharing my screen here. Can everyone see this and hear me?
Can hear you. There was some short lag, but I think now it's working.
Okay, great. Excellent. So firstly, thank you so much. It's such a wonderful pleasure to be here and to be discussing with like-minded individuals who are also passionate about creating change within our sector. And I think the initial contributions we've heard so far have been really inspiring. So I hope you'll forgive if there is some repetition and calling back to earlier statements. But before I begin, just a little bit about us. So I'm working for NEMO, the Network of European Museum Organizations. And we were founded as an independent network of national museum organizations. And we represent thousands of museums throughout Europe. We have always highlighted the social, economic, educational, and collections-based values of museums. And also a great deal of our work involves advocating on behalf of the museum sector. Our advocacy and our cooperation is what lends reach towards sustainability and the consequences of the climate crisis. So today, I am here to discuss networks in times of crisis. Now, to be honest, in practice, this is still quite new to me, though I think myself and probably everyone participating today had a bit of a crash course in this with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic here in Europe. And I believe that there are parallels between the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. And not only because the pandemic was likely a result of ecological degradation, but also in that this can unfortunately be seen as a taste of what may await us in tow with climate change. In comparison to this, our recent crisis, our coming crises will likely have similar consequences, which we will of course witness on a spectrum. That includes museums closing and losing visitors, funding, being forced to restructure altogether. In my opinion, these future crises will likely apply much more pressure to museums and to cultural institutions. So, what to do about it? Well, of course, the first step, as we've already been discussing, is breaking down these complex connections that fuel the climate crisis, both internally and for purposes of discussion with wider audiences. Those connections such as the fundamental relationship between our economic ideologies and the climate crisis, between political incrementalism and the climate crisis, between racism and the climate crisis, sexism and the climate crisis, food and the climate crisis. Now, museums are trusted and great storytellers whom have the capacity to refine all of these complex connections and make them more accessible and make the intertwined problems as well as solutions not always immediately apparent more available. And this is actually the theme of NEMO's annual conference this year, as it is both an important challenge for museums as well as something that there are many shining examples of. So this what to do about it brings me to the how-to of this session, which is the how to create a collective impact. Now, there are many small and large steps to be taken by museums and their networks in order to impact the crises both practically and in discourse. There are, of course, an endless amount of small changes that can be made by institutions and individuals. And then there are the larger structural changes, which will require communication, funding, risk, and will. And all of these things, of course, will have to be committed to at the highest level of museums as well as by policymakers. So a network incorporates, facilitates, and advocates both levels of change. And of course, I had to think of this during Stefan Rostock's contribution when he specifically mentioned this frustration between asking for sustainable behavior in unsustainable structures. And I completely sympathize with this because I think the structural issues bear so much more weight than our individual behaviors. And so, as I was saying, networks can actually affect both of these because those smaller changes are easier to incorporate, of course, into communication and trainings and campaigns. But the larger, more structural changes will require cooperation between institutions to reflect and share best practice to create a sector-wide change, which, of course, this benefits from the outside facilitation of a network. So moving a bit further on the structural changes, networks must advocate for the larger cross-regional, cross-sectoral changes which are necessary to have that, to affect those systemic failures. And it is through this that all of our smaller changes should be considered. A great example of this is NEMO's recent survey on the COVID-19 pandemic and response and the closures of museums across Europe. And here are just a few of the many things stated and called for by NEMO in the report, where we declared that this changing context will call for stronger investments and revised measures of success to help transform our museums into agile and responsive members of our communities. Now, of course, this also brings in our digital transformation, but then I must think back of what Tabea Dietrich, apologies for my mispronunciation of your name, spoke of earlier about our digital solutions that we are always promoting, but we also must remind ourselves that we are responsible for thinking about the scope of access to those solutions, as well as the potential consequences of those solutions. And then going further, that museums and society at large are obliged to work for stronger crisis awareness, preparedness, control, and response methods in the future, including emergency plans for both the public and internal work processes. And lastly, museums are not islands. Like any other work, the success of the museum will happen in a global context. And in times of crises, it is most important to support each other, to support collaboration and advocate common concerns. And this is, of course, another large aspect of being a network. So perhaps some of this sounds obvious, but these considerations are far too often set aside for another day. They seem big and theoretical and out there. But one of the, if you'll forgive the term, benefit of this recent pandemic is that the possibility of putting off such discussions disappeared. And for those of us who make the connections between this crisis and the climate crisis, that is a welcome and rallying consequence. And culture will need to play a necessary role in this solution. For it, in uncertain times, it is what brings us together, and it's what we identify ourselves with. And this is particularly important since culture is often seen as a nice add-on that you can enjoy after you've saved the world, but it's actually a means to doing just that. So other than a willingness to be uncomfortable, to take bold action, to make decisions from a broader and intersectional perspective, what is needed? What are the basic ingredients to ensure that our sector is part of the solution? Well, we have our museum structures themselves. We need to be willing to transform them, to become more agile, to continue opening that museum door as we've already seen and build on the community involvement which we've been witnessing. We need to embrace and invest in our human resources and skills and training and knowledge and rely on the experience of diverse staff. And of course, both of these things will require financial resources, not only for that, but also for the green technology and infrastructure, trainings, expertise to really make this transformation happen. Now, what can networks do to get us those basics? Well, we can take part in initiatives that seek to create communities of museums having one shared vision. We can support our members through these initiatives, through these communities at their varied stages and abilities. And we can encourage new metrics of success in order to effect a sector-wide paradigm shift. We can share the museum sector potential with innovative, sustainability-driven stakeholders beyond our sector. We can add dimensions of local, sustainable production and services to the criteria catalog when comparing and commissioning services. We can build discourse and shared experience through culture, which cannot be so easily ignored. And we can ensure that sustainability is a stakeholder in every project that we collaborate on or suggest. And we can support the development of a comprehensive impact framework for culture, specifically focusing on sustainability. We must use new metrics of success away from visitor members to a broader assessment framework that includes new formats and extensions, that accommodates qualitative factors, that reflects the museum's social, educational, and communal potential. And we must not fail to meet this moment where so much of what moves the world, so much of what is creating this change around us is risky and messy, and above all, collaborative and led by youth. And we must be bold and unafraid in our response and anticipation of the needs of our communities. Museums have already done so much. They've opened their doors to protesters, to evacuees from natural disasters. They've donated personal protective equipment during the pandemic, but they can and they must continue. Continue acting as laboratories and experimenting future scenarios. Continuing to help inform and discuss, understand, document, explain this crisis. Supporting local, green, fair operations, providing public spaces to help keep and cultivate our democratic open society. And as Maureen said, supporting the youth who will be there on the streets tomorrow. And also offering immediate help by providing spaces and material for those in crisis in the moment, as well as preparedness resources and materials for what comes. Now, these steps may sound out of reach to some, and to others, perhaps they're lagging behind, but we all are here on a spectrum. And communicating how it has been done is one of the roles that networks help in helping museums and cultural institutions learn how to. So thank you very much for your time. Oh, and I need to stop sharing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That was very interesting. I think made some points we will get back to in the discussion, how networks can really drive the transformation in the whole sector. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Diane. Diane Drubey. She inspired the creation of We Are Museums and the digital strategy agency Bassium. She also founded the museum think tank Berlin, co-founded Museum Mix, and is currently the conference curator of Museum Connections. Diane, the stage is yours.
Well, actually, I really like all these talks that we had already between each other and online, and there's different speeches that we could listen. And during the small three chat that we had, we actually came up at one point with our main challenge. We actually said that we need to support each other because we felt a lot of different kind of feelings, actually quite hard to manage. And I feel this is actually the stage that everyone is at today. And when I heard Maureen talk about the museum family, I felt really, really warm inside. So it feels like we need this kind of togetherness and we need this kind of family. We need connections even more, even if it's difficult. Like this morning, we really saw that it was possible. So yeah, just thank you for doing this symposium and for inviting me. So I would start with something which is actually really relevant to me and which is really helping me as well on my daily basis, even more this year, is this quote from Heracles, which is, "Change is the only constant of life, in life." So if you actually understand that change is the only thing which is happening daily, things are actually getting better. You actually feel more secured and more comfortable. So I just wanted to start with that, because the more and more our planet is endangered, the more I look at nature to make sense of everything and find sustainable solutions. And you can see change happening in nature every day, and like I keep looking at this window and these waves and the different colors and the clouds. Like this is making us feel one, I feel. So with 3.8 billion of research and development, nature should start to be seen by everyone in this room and abroad as our main mentor. If we actually start to get inspired by nature, we could find a way we can use nature to help us to leverage social and environmental change at a local, individual, emotional, but also systemic level. And we can really go together and find a way to move towards better futures for people and for the planet. Because I strongly believe that the world we live in cannot work on a competitive model anymore. The system ruling currently our society are not generating models made to last. Monoculture, efficiency, optimization, they are no longer fertile models. The word, like 2 days ago, actually, we organized this meetup in the online community of We Are Museums, around museum resilience, with curator of the Museum of Bogota in Colombia and with director of the Women's Museum in Denmark, Julie Rocker-Birk. And by listening to the history of the Women's Museum in Aarhus and how the team actually reacted to the lockdown, I started to really realize that a resilient and agile museum is a museum about the here and the now. And that's something that someone said before as well. The now is really important. And this made me think as well about a research project that we held with the Biomimicry Academy in Berlin. We basically took the ecosystem of the forest as a model to guide us to understand better our social ecosystem. So during this research, what we tried was actually to understand how museums could start to have symbiotic relationships with the neighbors within a neighborhood. So it could be a little bit tricky to imagine, but you have to be very creative. And so basically the team made the analogy based on the fact that a tree is a forest, like a museum is in its neighborhood. And on this model, the flow of information and experiences between the museum and its visitors could be actually compared with the flow of nutrients and water between the tree and the mycelium. So just to summarize, you have to imagine that a museum is a tree in a forest, and the mycelium connecting everything are actually its neighbors. So this is just showing how powerful and fundamental this connection is actually between the museum and the neighborhood. So understanding your own ecosystem, your own local ecosystem, regional, national, global ecosystem. For me, it's all about the ability to adapt to changing conditions, to stay locally attuned. It is about understanding the here and the now, and about really empowering museum professionals to change and really try to be as much as relevant for the future generations. But this can't be done alone, and that's something that Moriane said really well, and many others before. This can't be done in silos. Yuli, from the Women's Museum in Aarhus, she also said something that I really liked. She explained to us that she sees her museum as an organism and not as an organization, in which each employees are acting like cells, working on their own projects, and then making things happen all together. And I really like to imagine museums like that as well, because what I've been experiencing when I was working for museums or ministries of culture, these silos are making an institution like ICOM being super slow. And yeah, the more I understand how nature is working, the more I listen to resilient systems like the Women's Museum in Aarhus, the more I feel that some requisites are really essentials for us to start imagining regenerative futures. So cultivating cultural courage, listening deeper and longer, celebrating plurality and diversity, understanding the potential of togetherness are, to my mind, keys to change, to foster change. So inspired by this, you may ask why I decided to put only this illustration. So we have been working on a visual roadmap because we actually believe that if we want to talk about change, we need to find universal languages. And language is not easy to understand for everyone, and culture neither. And so many different aspects are actually making words really difficult to understand. Why a nice drawing, a nice journey is easier. So this illustration is dividing into 4 stepping stones for change from a macro to a micro level. In this map, the first step for transformation sees museums as a very complex and dynamic system composed of a worldwide network of 80,000 agents of change. Of course, systemic change starts with step-by-step adjustments, but those steps should be directed towards transformation of the fundamental features and principle of the system itself. And that's something that Moriane expressed as well. And this, to my mind, really explained this unsolvable debate of the museum definition that we are going through. Yeah, I won't say more. So yeah, I think that we should really take into consideration that museums are not isolated entities and that they all go under the same sense of purpose, mission, and role in our society. And this sense of purpose is actually defining their programming and their action. And when you see actually the impact of the Black Lives Matter movement on the museum community, like all this wave of ethical debates, this highlights even more the question of how could we actually achieve systemic change in the museum community. If every museum move towards better futures for people and the planet, can you imagine the impact that this could have on our society? Like, we are 80,000 agents of change. And I think each time a museum professional is actually starting its day, if he or she feels this really strong sense of purpose, and this is like this deep energy that we all feel, and that's why we all keep doing what we do. So the second level of action is called Use Your Voice. And it actually recognizes museums as civic platforms. Museums are very respected and trustworthy institutions with the ability to add perspectives to the public dialogue. Museums have the potential to help in overcoming political difficulties and become accelerator for collective action. Examples at this level could be to create a platform for expression for different movements like Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion, or others, withdraw from fossil fuel sponsors, or start ecocide campaigns. The third level of action is act as a neighbor. So it is also referring to what I said before with the research with the Biomimicry Academy. And this level imagines museums as part of a local ecosystem, part of a neighborhood, a museum as a neighbor, part not in the center of anything, but really a member among others. They actually can create different kind of things to engage with local communities and become neighbors. They can create community managed resource centers. They can share their used material with different kind of organizations and associations. They can sell local or sustainable products in their shop. They can run upcycling workshops, turn the space around the museum into a community garden, and held permaculture gardening workshops, or even have climate anxiety first aid line. And this last and fourth level of action is called Turn Your Museum Green. So that's the one you see totally on top. It actually looks at the museum as the buildings. That's something that we have seen in many museums since the past 15 years with different kind of new people being hired. So this is something that is starting to actually be really understood. But it's always good to understand that turning your museum into a climate positive institution will actually start to qualify museums as examples of sustainable practices, from the facilities, the office spaces, how they produce exhibitions, what they sell in the shop. Like, museums are seen as examples. They are a place for the people. So if you actually show a good example, again, you can have great impact. And also, we tend to forget the huge digital carbon footprint of museums. Like, each time a museum is putting one object digitized online, this is having actually a cost. Each time a video is being streamed and then put online, each time a new web page is being built without following very simple sustainable web design rules, this is having a really strong impact as well. So, in collaboration with EIT Climate Kick, we are actually working on a project called Museums Facing Extinction, which started last November in Berlin, and that's when the roadmap has been created. Our goal is to produce a program inspired by togetherness and system thinking to guide museums towards this transformation from being climate champion to systemic change maker. Very soon, I hope, beginning of next year, we will be able to provide resource for free online for everyone. But for now, we are actually collecting examples of what's been happening locally. So yeah, just reach out to me if you have really good example that you feel proud of and you want to share with the We Are Museums online community. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I think it's a very good idea to have a visual roadmap so people can easily relate to topics they probably knew. And the idea of the organizing committee was also to put up this visual roadmap somewhere here around the conference. So as to serve as a point of discussion and reflection, probably also how ESD relates to these topics depicted in the visualization. So maybe there's some discussion about the role of ESD within this picture. Okay, so we've now heard that we need a transformation, and the needed transformation is also not only realized by networks, but of course by individual institutions. So we're now shifting the focus from the networks to the institutions. After learning about the collective efforts, we are getting into the nitty-gritty details of day-to-day business in climate museums around the world. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Torkeil Leira. I hope I pronounced it correctly, a senior advisor at the Klimahaus in Oslo, Klimahuset, and he's project coordinator and as well author and lecturer expert on the Amazon region. Welcome, Torkeil.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yes? Also in Bremerhaven?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will share my screen with you and start right away. Okay, there we are. Again, thank you very much. Thank you for this great opportunity to take part in important discussions and reflections. Thank you also very much for giving us the opportunity to present the Climate House Oslo. That is brand new, and we actually opened in March, not in March, it was postponed. We opened in June this year. My name is Torkeil Leira. I'm a social scientist. But I've worked on this project for 3 years as a project coordinator. Now, after opening, I'm responsible for the exhibitions and also for all the events. So let's have a look at the project. Okay, I'm trying to get to the next picture. Can you see it? Ah, sorry. We started on the last, we actually started on the last slide. So now you've all seen them. I'll go through them now in 6 minutes. Well, the Climate House Oslo opened in June 2020, so we're brand new. We're part of the Natural History Museum of Oslo, which again is a part of the University of Oslo. We're located in the Botanical Garden, so as such, we're in a very privileged situation to communicate knowledge on climate, on nature, on sustainability. The Climate House is the first exhibition building actually to be built in the Natural History Museum for over 100 years. So it's a very special location for us and for the university. It's a space for exhibitions, events, and debates. And as such, I think we're going at least one step beyond what we've usually done here, showing objects from natural history. Now we want to involve more the community and engage in the debates. And to connect to the thematic of this session, the whole idea when we were making these exhibitions was our internal slogan was actually from knowledge to action. Why did we do this? Well, we were lucky. We had a great opportunity from a gift from the private sector. And it gave us a great opportunity that we have thought about for a long time to engage with climate and climate change, one of the greatest challenges of our time. And also as a natural history museum to engage with new audiences. We've traditionally been very good at reaching families and also adults, students, but not young people. So That was one of the central premises when we went into this project. And it also gave us an opportunity to look at our own institution, the Natural History Museum, with new eyes and try to develop some of our own practices and approaches. 3 basic premises. From the start, this whole thing started 6 years ago, writing the internal documents and seeing what is the purpose, what do we do, how should we do all of this. 3 basic premises. We should, firstly, we should target young people. We wanted the whole project, the exhibitions and everything else, to motivate our visitors and the society as such to climate action. And building an environmentally friendly building was, from the very start, a very important premise that all the architects had to relate to. You see this picture is from the entrance of the exhibition area, where we don't have a traditional intro text, but we just boil it down to one simple question. What will be your role in the fight against climate change? And that's what we want to achieve. We want our visitors and our public to think about it and hopefully find an answer. We want to motivate them to climate action. Here's the building, just some pictures externally. And we have succeeded to make it an environmentally friendly building. It's not very big, it's small, it's 700 square meters. It has less than 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions as compared to regular buildings of that size. And it's 3 main things we've done to achieve it. Materials, energy use, and transport. Materials, we have extreme low emission concrete, except from in the floor, except from that, wood in the whole building. When it comes to energy use, most of our energy comes from solar panels on the roof. So we actually produce more energy on a year-to-year basis than we produce more than we use. So actually the exhibitions themselves had some severe limits on energy use due to this. And then thirdly, transport. We're located very close to trains, to trams, to buses, to subways. So almost all our visitors come on public transport. Then the activities, 3 main pillars: exhibitions, receiving schools, and organizing events. One slide on each of these. The exhibitions was a small space, more or less 400 square meters, different zones that have very different, colors and would use different kind of we follow this dramaturgy through the exhibitions, going from a more emotional intro, going to a more rational mid-party, where we go into the research on both historical, geological time, and modern time climate change. And we end up in a more action-oriented part. It's a nice mix of concrete objects and digital installations, and everything is aimed at interactivity. We want our audiences to engage with their bodies and all their senses in the exhibitions. When it comes to receiving schools, we receive 1 school, approximately 1 class every day, a little bit less now than we hoped due to the corona restrictions. We take them through guided tours through the exhibitions with reflections round afterwards. Also, we engage them in preparations before they visit us and give them tasks and work afterwards. We also engage directly with teachers and together with them develop resources for them to use in the classroom. We also receive some kindergarten groups that you also see here on the right. And then third, on to events. These are some photos from recent events. The biggest photo is from the exhibition area, a collaboration with the biggest music festival of Norway in August. They had to stream the biggest concert there. So it's one of Norway's leading artists, Emilie Nicolas. To the right, 3 events for the last week. The upper one is from a fixers party, fixing digital and electronic devices. The second, a small kids environmental movement from the local community. And the bottom right, a more traditional debate on launching a campaign on your climate future. And today, just to mention today, we have a private sector initiative this morning. And tonight we'll receive the Fridays for Future movement, different young organizations for young people, planning the activities and for tomorrow's strike. Last two slides. We were asked to engage in the Agenda 2030 and how we relate to them. We must admit we have not have a very thorough discussion on it, but after some pre-talks here, quite obviously we engaged in the Goal 13 climate action and Goal 4 quality education. But I would like to highlight here the partnerships for the goals, because we as a new center of climate, not climate research, but promoting climate knowledge, we try explicitly and deliberately to gather groups and people and institutions that normally don't meet. So we try to be a new stage for this broader debate and dialogue that we need in the future. And then the last slide about the question we're asked to respond to, how to create a collective impact. Great question, very hard to answer. There are many interpretations of that question and many levels on how to answer. Our interpretation is, what can we as a newly established Climate House Oslo do? And we make exhibitions to motivate our guests to climate action. We receive school groups and kindergarten groups for educational visits and reflection. And we organize events to bring people together and present their solutions, discuss their solutions. We want to motivate everybody to climate action, and then the long-term impact. We want to see all citizens of Norway living more environmentally friendly lives. So those were some of the reflections from the Climate House Oslo. Thank you again so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
In exhibition design and cultural projects. Collected and hang up on the cardboard. So
Well, I think folks in Zoom should hear me right now. So, yeah, great. And I can also think that we can hear you. So the next one to present would be...
Yes, please.
The next one to present would be Marina Piquet.
Yes,
So Marina,
Marina,
if you're here, then you can switch on your microphone. But now we will have a audience question first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but wait a second, we have an audience question.
Yes. I have a comment on what Maureen said. He said museums have a plan to become carbon neutral by 2050. Personally, I think if museums want to be transformative institutions rather than affirmative institutions, I think that's far too late if they want to lead us. Secondly, I have a question. You said museums should act as neighbors and use their voice. Now in German we have the word Nachbarschaftsstreit, conflict among neighbors, can get very messy. And I'm wondering whether museums are ready to make their hands dirty in having all these disputes that have to do with changing the way we live, we produce, and so forth. Because already, I mean, politicians can tell you it's quite controversial. I mean, you know that, but are you ready for these fights?
Thank you. And do you want to answer?
Nee, das Video ist jetzt ganz hinten dran, das lassen wir wahrscheinlich ganz weg. Ich habe hier, irgendwas bricht hier gerade völlig zusammen. Ich laufe hier gerade auf den letzten... Nee, ich kann ja nichts machen dabei. Ich muss alles einmal neu starten. So, ja, aber ich habe auch keinen Ton von da.
Okay, but I'm not fixing it. Okay, just saying that it's actually already happening in museums. Just like, for instance, Tate as one space for Tate Exchange, really dedicated to giving a space and talking to neighbors, and there are huge debates. Direct neighbors, and this is actually part of the discussion. Like, of course, we should, like, the discussion is going up and down, and then it's leading somewhere. So what I would like to say that museums, they already have this capacity and skills to actually talk and to listen and to tell stories, and to they are really good mediators, really good storytellers. And I think if you actually want to have a good discussion, a museum is a perfect place for that, with skilled people being able to reply to you and being able to have a proper discussion. So I think museums are perfect places for this kind of fights and debates.
I would like to add that if there's a sense of purpose, I think you talked about it also, this sense of purpose drives the ability for this conflict. Okay, further comments, or do we have a presenter?
Well, we have a presenter, yes. So we will try to follow Marina's presentation in the next step. I think I can get this working, but yeah, we will see. So Marina, power up your voice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hearing is possible.
Yes, good. Unfortunately, we missed the discussion, but I'll give a short presentation. I won't share my screen. I will just be telling a story of our project and where we are right now. I'm really glad to be here and to meet so many colleagues that are sharing similar challenges, right, in this moment. And I'm talking from Barcelona. I'm from Brazil, but I'm talking from Barcelona. And I'm talking from Fundesplai. Fundesplai is a foundation that started in the 70s as a grassroots volunteer movement to develop projects for children and the youth in Barcelona. And now we are organized as a big foundation. And last year, Fundesplai's projects reached more than 250,000 people here across Catalonia. So it's quite a big foundation now. a couple of years ago, we started a project called Projecte Demà, which is Catalan for Project Tomorrow. The idea was to develop a series of educational programs, community engagement programs on themes related to the future, but mainly to build a new climate action museum or center here in Barcelona, next to our headquarters. Can you still listen to me? I think my image is frozen. Okay.
Yes.
I'll keep on talking. And that's what I was working on this project when I submitted the proposal for this seminar back in June. I was still baking bread at home, as I believe most of you still were, and that was still our plan. So we kept working. I will show you very briefly, and that's the museum project by the Catalan architect Carlos Ferrater. And we kept on working on this idea, on developing the exhibition, on making presentations. And then at some point we started feeling like the Titanic band, you know, we were meeting our deadlines, continuing with our work, but suddenly the context changed so much as the crisis, the COVID crisis hit not only the foundation, but the country and the world so badly. And of course, shortly after that, it became official that the project was being put on hold and that the museum construction was not going to start for the next 3 years. And of course, it was a big, frustrating, huge moment for us. But still, I decided to come here and share what we've done since this frustrating moment, as I think we're all sharing this kind of stories right now. And we started working on an unsolicited proposal that luckily was very well accepted to transform everything that we have done so far, we've gathered so far, the partnerships, the research, the resources even, and transform it into a temporary exhibition next year. For that, we will be using a temporary pavilion, multi-purpose pavilion that's already being constructed next to our headquarters here in Barcelona. And it was this crazy idea that somehow put us back on track, you know, because we thought that the project was now more than ever urgent and needed, and the discussions that we wanted to spark. So for us, having the opportunity to use and all this work that we have done so far, it is being really amazing. And to be honest, I believe that all these constraints, building, time, money, COVID, they're pushing us somehow in the right direction. You know, we can't do this by ourselves. So we are creating many partnerships and we are teaming up. We are working collaboratively. We have to be really efficient with our resources now. And somehow we are challenging ourselves to come up with sustainable and creative solutions to create to create collective impact with less resources, which I think now it's a second layer. So some probably line. Can you still hear me? Yes, okay. So the main guidelines of the original project, they remain in this temporary occupation that we are now planning. And they're very similar to the previous presentation. So the idea is to bridge awareness with action, is to offer visitors tools so they can start building the tomorrow they want today. We are working since the beginning in partnership with the Museum of Tomorrow in Rio de Janeiro. But for this specific exhibition, this temporary project for next year, we'll be focusing on the theme of sustainable food, sustainable and healthy food. This decision came to make it simpler to approach the issue, but also because we are geographically located on the border of the Barcelona agricultural zone. So it offers us plenty of opportunities to bring this subject alive and to spark the discussions that we want, starting from this very tangible and close topic to visitors, that is food. And to finish, besides the local initiatives that we are working with, and besides the Museum of Tomorrow and other future-oriented museums that we are already working with, I would like to, besides telling this crazy story of what happened in the past couple of months with this project, to make this an open call for collaboration. As I told you all, our idea is to make this truly collaboratively, to make this a platform. So if one of you have worked recently with things related to food in the future, to sustainable food, we would love to hear from you and to work together, as we truly believe that's the only way to move forward, to advance, is going together, right? And just to finish with the how can we create the collective impact question, that's of course what's on our mind daily while developing a project like this. I truly, personally, deeply believe in the emotional power of exhibition to promote compelling, embodied, collective experiences that can spark the interest of the visitors in these topics that we are dealing with, that sometimes they just sound too far away or too complicated and too abstract. But on a more practical level, I really think that exhibitions can show to visitors that change is possible, and that's why our time frame on the past or now on the future is so important, to take people away from the present for a bit. And we can also point out to visitors how can take part and how to engage in this systemic change that is so much needed. That was it. I just wanted to share a bit of our story and to get to know all of you, and looking forward to work together soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina.
So the problem is, I guess you don't hear our convener.
On the relevance of day-to-day life for visitors. From Miranda?
I think we will skip Miranda until the end if you can put her up anyway, because we're lagging in time. So I think maybe we will start with Matthew now.
Okay, good.
So Matthew, you would be the next. Unfortunately, the audio seems not yet solved, but we can hear you and see you.
Is the Science Communication Manager of the Tropical Museum of Climate Change in Hong Kong. He is supervising the museum's education outreach function and is also a member of the Hong Kong Geographical Association. Please welcome Matthew.
So Matthew, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this is Matthew from Hong Kong. You know, I'm from Hong Kong. Okay, we used it to be a commercial center. We just wondering, when we are in Hong Kong, are we just alone? Are we just the group of the people who really care climate change? We really ask ourselves in Hong Kong. But suddenly today, we find that, okay, actually we are in a big family, okay, a family of museum, and I can hear all the folk, okay, all over the world actually doing the same thing as we do. We have the same vision and we have all the same difficulty. So I'm very glad to be here to know I am in this family. So say hello to the family members in Germany and say hello to the family member all over the world. Okay, I'm so happy to be here. So I was told that I have 7 minutes. So I will start my stopwatch and to share my PowerPoint here and hope that everyone will work smoothly. But we all expecting that there are always some technical hiccup, okay? But we all can accept this, okay? So we are from Hong Kong, okay? Our museum is called the Jockey Club Museum of Climate Change. Same as my fellow in Oslo, okay? We are also a museum operated by a university. We belongs to the Chinese University of Hong Kong. We are the way young. We established in the year 2013. But we are really lucky and we are proud to saying that up to now we have almost 1 million of visitors, okay, visit our museum up to today. So yeah, really hope to sharing and to learn from you of what has been done in the last 6 to 7 years. Okay, we all know that this year we call a year of climate action. Okay, just like the UK, they call for action, partnership, engagement, okay, among the government and business and the school all over the world. And we share in Hong Kong, we share the same action. We share the same action is that we are not in the stage of understanding, okay, or the increase the awareness. We are now in the stage to take action. I think we all agree with this. So this is not my last slide, okay, but I just want to say that, okay, in the next several minutes, okay, I'm going to share with you how in our museum, how we communicate climate change with the visitor. But beyond the museum, okay, we have the program to nurturing the young people in Hong Kong and to educate them to be the future leader, okay, in the Hong Kong. And we also engage the community so that everybody we encounter that we're trying to tell them the messages. So first of all, how we communicate the climate change. I'm so glad to realize that from your sharing that we all face a fundamental question is that we are a climate museum. We are not just to tell the science knowledge, okay? We need to motivate, we need to inspire people so that they receive the knowledge and do their own action. But how can we do this? So I'm so glad in that I am in the very beginning design stage of the museum. In the very beginning stage, we want our museum to be a place where science meets stories. Okay, we have all professors in the list office to my office. They are all the author of the IPCC. We have a lot of science knowledge, but we create a story on top of the science knowledge is that in our museum, okay, we design that we invite the visitor to start a journey from Hong Kong and to get on board a icebreaker like this. And on the icebreaker, okay, they can be on the deck, on the deck, okay, of the icebreaker and to start a journey, okay, from Hong Kong all the way to the Arctic area. And during the journey, along the journey, we will show them how the science get the sample, okay, from the seabed and on the Arctic area. So how the data prove that is really a climate change, that really a global warming, okay? So that the first approach is that we use a story to inspire people. Oh, I just have 2 more minutes, sorry that. And our other strategy is we create a mobile museum. We don't want to just waiting the visitor to visiting us. We develop a modular based, okay, exhibit so that it can be borrowed, okay, to the school and to the public space. And we also to start a virtual museum. Initially, we just want to have a virtual experiences for the people who cannot go into the museum. But during the COVID-19 lockdown, okay, we use the virtual tools a lot. I want to show you an example. This is the virtual museum. But even though it is an old computer website, we want to have interaction. Okay, we have the polling question and
大家而家可以開咪答 K 姐姐，究竟北極裏面有邊一種人？而呢一種人叫咩名啊？愛斯基摩人。愛斯基摩人係啦，冇錯啦。大家可能咧都會叫佢哋做愛斯基摩人嘅喎。但係咧，佢嘅真正嘅名咧叫因紐特人。
So this is something we using a lot today and every day during this period. Okay, so the first strategy is that we communicate climate change using story, asking the people to rethink climate emergency. So I will go a little bit faster. The next step is how we nurturing the future leader of the sustainable leaders. We are very lucky that we are operated by a university. That means that we have a large pool of young talent. The university student, something I must honestly to tell you that they do better than us in the sense that they have passion. They want to communicate with the school kids. They have the passion to motivate all the students so that we train them the knowledge, and they will be the leader in our museum tour and many SDG activities. Other than sorry, I need to move faster. Other than that, we have a program to educate the high school students under the supervision of the university students. They will create a project. They are not just learning, they will create a project in their school so that they will encourage their school teachers and the classmates to make some real change in their school, in their community. So I will skip a little bit because I'm running out of time. So maybe the last line, is that actually we do a lot, to ask the museum visitor to rethink. We nurturing the young people so that they lead the future action, the SDG action, and we engage the communities so that everyone actually should act to achieve the SDG. But the most important in this diagram is that the people is always in the center, of the table, so that we believe that ourselves a people-centric museum. What we're trying to do is create a living platform on which the government, the public, the professional body, NGO can really communicate and doing things together, which I heard a lot today, together, on this platform. So that I'm running out of time. So I will stop my presentation here. And thank you very much, the host.
Just decided that we will go from Miranda and come to our last speaker, Dr. Bernd Welz. He is CEO at the Kleine Stiftung für Bürger. It's a non-governmental organization dedicated to education.
So I guess the audio is still bad for you. The next one will be Bernd Welz.
Officer at SAP, and also strategy consultant at Roland Berger, and he is talking about the Klima Arena in Sinsheim. Please welcome Bernd Welz.
Okay, Bernd Welz, you can begin.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I hope you can all hear me. Yes, thumbs up. Yes, okay, great. So in the interest of time, I'll try to keep it short. I heard and saw a lot of similarities to our institution here. So let me quickly show you what we do. So Klima Stiftung für Bürger, and the house is called the Klima Arena. The Klima Stiftung für Bürger, the Climate Foundation for Citizens in English, exists since 2014. Since then, and at the beginning, right at the beginning of the foundation of our organization, the mission was to provide people with a better understanding of climate change and a sustainable lifestyle. And our aim is really that every visitor that comes to us goes out with at least one idea what they can do in their daily life differently. So we want to get them to act at least in one thing. And just to comment on what was said earlier, I think personal action, or we believe that personal action is important, but of course also structural changes. But we don't believe that there will be a lot of structural changes if individuals are not willing really to change their own behavior. So we believe we need both. The background here of our mission is that we are convinced that in order to fight the climate crisis, there is a huge transformation needed in all areas of society. I think this group all agrees with it. We have to do this together, and we have to make sure that the society doesn't break apart. So in order to get all people on board, we best get them to a certain knowledge of what climate change is and how a sustainable lifestyle could look like, and also make them, inspire them to actively shape this future and not just wait until this transformation falls on them. So that's the political background or belief here of our mission. So what do? Klima Arena. We don't call ourselves a museum. We call ourselves a Erlebniszentrum in German. The best translation I could come up with was experience center. So an experience center, and we also see ourselves as a platform for this discussion and exchange that needs to happen between different groups here in the society. So we do have, of course, an exhibition, provide a learning experience that is hopefully innovative and interactive. We have an indoor and an outdoor exhibition. Indoor, we cover the topic of climate change reasons and climate impact. But we don't stop there. We also show how sustainable futures could look like. And there we picked the following topics to show in our exhibition. It's mobility, it's living and energy, it's lifestyle and consumption. So all of these topics have a direct connection to the individuals that visit us. Our target group is families as well as children, senior citizens. We see the whole breadth and depth of society here. And we want to make the experience as close to the normal life of the people as possible. That's why we chose those areas which are important to them. And then in the outdoor exhibition, we cover the topic of biodiversity, but also farming and forestry, both what's the impact of farming and forestry on climate change, but also how could the future farming and forestry look like. We also offer, very similar to the Climate House in Oslo, a school program, which is also one of the main pillars here of our offering. So school classes come visit us, go through the exhibition, and then we have a special program of workshops, role plays, which complements then the school curriculum. The Education for Sustainable Development, or BNE, Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung, as it's called in German. This part, of course, during the Corona times was also more or less shut down. The whole exhibition we had to close down for 2 months. Then on the platform side, again, similar to what other presenters already showed, we offer events where the local community from the region comes to us to get more knowledge on a certain topic. So we invite professors, experts of different kinds, but we also host discussions between different multipliers, decision makers in society, to talk about what is the best future, what is the best way into a sustainable future. So that's a very important part of our work as well, to have an impact beyond just educating people. And then we also started just in June our online learning channel here, the YouTube channel Klima Neutral, in English Climate Neutral. So the name already suggests what the idea or the main topic of this channel is. We started the YouTube channel for 2 reasons. One is when people come to us and then they are inspired and they want to do something or learn more about sustainability and climate change, what they can do. So what do we give them? And that's why we said, okay, we need a YouTube channel or an online channel to provide them on a continuous basis then with the latest and greatest on sustainability. And for us, the second reason was, of course, with the Klima Arena as a location. Our reach is, of course, limited here to the area. And we wanted to have also one pillar which reaches out. Another pillar that reaches out is a new initiative that we just started. It's called Priority One, the Climate Network. So quite a bold title here. The aim of this initiative is to bring together young people, empower them, enable them to define what they see as a desirable future, and then bring them together with decision makers again from politics, from the industry, and then discuss and get to hopefully an impulse and decisions that have an impact then on society overall. So that's the important platform part that we also cover as well. And by the way, I just realized I forgot to mention, we just opened in October 2019. Okay, so we are 12 months old. We have now, I think, 8 months of experience where we were actually open. So we are not the newest kid on the block. That's Oslo at the moment, if I recall it correctly, but we are still fairly new. And we are still, well, working on what works best. How can we actually optimize and increase the impact that we can actually have. Just to give you a quick glimpse how our exhibition looks like. So that's our indoor exhibition. We have 1,400 square meters, so not very big, a little bit bigger than Oslo. And those are the topics that are inside. And then we have a fairly large...
point, you're running out of time.
Okay, fairly large park out there, which by the way helps us also to get people in, visit us during the summer, which is obviously quite important. Then let me come to the main slide here. So what is our approach actually to get people into action? One is we saw that there is a lot to it, that we are able to provide a holistic view on the topic. So it's not only climate change, but it's also how could this the future look like? And we always try to tie it to the individual, to the actions of the individual. So this holistic view helps to make people understand. What also works quite well in the limited experience we have at the moment, most of our exhibitions or stations are built so they can be used by a family or group. We are offering games that they can play together against each other or with each other. And that kind of creates an emotional experience as well. It creates a lot of discussions on the spot, and that seemed to work also very well. We also, provide 3 layers of a presentation. I mean, we want to be a fairly low-level entry point for people who want to know a little bit more maybe about sustainability, but also have fun. That's the experience part. So debate basically is to get people into our house, and then they can play these games, etc., etc. But by doing that, they further understand, and once they understand, we also want to get them to engage and become more active by providing concrete actions and suggestions what they can do. And that's we believe an approach that is at least promising. We will see over the next years how well it works, and then here our platform functions. Then that's the reach out into the larger community and have really provide an impact or create an impact that goes way beyond the region where we are located. All right, so I guess in the interest of time, I'll stop here. You are all invited, of course, to come to Sinsheim and visit us at the Klima Arena. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Possibility for sharing. And without further comments, I'd like to open the floor. We're lagging behind in time, but I'd like to open the floor for your questions to the speakers and also your ideas. Just step up to the mic if you have something to share. Just briefly
So
say
for the
the
Zoom
situation.
participants of
Just
you
a few minutes.
still, the audio is difficult to route to you. We are asking for participants in the audience now here to ask questions, but obviously everyone is hungry and waiting for lunch. So I will keep you updated.
Who wants to start? Nobody?
No questions from the audience.
I would have a question for Maureen if he's still online.
A question to Maureen? Just ask.
Maureen, I'd like to know
Marina?
from your perspective, what would be the next step to maximize the impact
The question
towards
is,
transformation
what would be the next
of
step
the whole
for
sector?
maximizing the impact of transformation in the whole sector?
We can't see anyone and we can't hear very well. Can someone help me with the question?
Sorry, could you rephrase the question here again, please? 1 second, question is coming somewhere here. Noch mal fragen.
I was wondering what is the next step for maximizing the transformation of the whole sector from a network perspective?
I think that, as I mentioned towards the end of my presentation, the idea is that we must find some way of converging all the actions that are already have started, and maybe think about using ICOM's global network to encourage and develop this undergrowth that I was talking about. There's a great need that the museum family understands itself as a family and works together, but not necessarily together programs or exhibitions, but rather to find strength in diversity, I think. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the audience?
Any questions from the audiences?
No need for sharing, for knowledge sharing of best practice examples.
Everyone is quiet
My
here in
impression is
Bremerhaven.
we're already good at connecting and networking. We're also getting good at sharing knowledge. But I think what we're looking at is maximizing the impact as a whole sector. And yeah, we're lagging behind in time, and there are no more questions. I'm wrapping up the session.
There's a question from Oslo.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Matthew, in Hong Kong? Yes, great. Thank you all for great presentations. Very inspiring for us in Oslo. And as Bernd said, you're not the youngest. There's a new kid in town now. But we visited Bernd and the Klima Arena last year. Very inspiring. We learned a lot from you, and we really look forward to seeing all of you in your own museums and visitor centers as soon as possible. And also saying that together with Morian and Philip, you were here last year during the Curating Climate seminar workshop that we had. So, great for us to take part in these international networks and in reflections already. Then the short question to Hong Kong and to Matthew. You mentioned a very interesting initiative, the mobile museum. As I understood, taking parts of your exhibition directly into schools. We are thinking about doing the same thing. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience?
Actually, okay, at this moment we target for we call it primary school student and elementary, so that we package it, okay, some interactive exhibit, okay, into a computer-like kiosk, okay, which can be interactive. Students can play some games and activities so that they can use it in the school. Okay, but this is not the key. Okay, I'm sure that everyone can create this type of the kiosk. okay, so that it can be broad, but the most important is some worksheet, okay, some teaching material you provide with the teachers so that after the student play around, okay, the kiosk, okay, what they are supposed to learn, okay, and what are the reflection discussion we expect the teachers and the student can can go through after using, okay, using the kiosk, okay, and if the teacher really want us to go to the school to share with them, to give a talk, okay, we always welcome to do so, okay, but it's always the school term is always busy, okay, some school teachers just want to use by themselves, it is okay, but what I want to tell you is that the the support, not just technical support, the teaching support to the school and NGO is all is same important as the kiosk. But the truth is that, okay, actually using this type, okay, of the mobile museum, we double our visitor, and this is good for our donor.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
Okay, as we are approaching lunchtime, I think we will wrap up the session. Our question was how to create collective impact. And we talked about changing individual behavior or changing structural change. And possibly maximizing input means stepping out of the sphere of conservation, of education, and stepping into the sphere of the politics. And networks and museums probably are asked to be political stakeholders in the political arena to drive this structural change. Okay, thank you very much for attending the session and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
One more, lunch is in the Klimahaus.
Okay, short note for all of you in the conference, in the Zoom conference, we will keep this conference open. So if you like and don't have lunchtime right now in your time zone, of course, you can continue discussing all your topics in this Zoom meeting right now. I apologize for the technical problems that we have here, but there's so much things which I don't have in my hand. For example, the LAN capacity, and it seems that we had a breakdown of one of the important video switches in between. So we are fixing it all during the lunch break, our lunch break, and in the afternoon, I hope we will have all the operating capabilities back then. So enjoy the conference, enjoy your lunch if you have a lunch right now, and we will see you back in, yeah, short time.